like deepfake recognition, right? So the truth is, like all of these faces, none of these faces actually are real. All of them are generated using LLMs. Face recognition models, actually, I use that. So I'm not sure whether these people actually exist on the planet Earth. Maybe they exist on the Mars or on the Neptune. I don't know. Okay. So what is the underlying concept behind it? That, all these LLMs or Gen AI techniques, they are not just generating the data set, but they are doing one step ahead. They are using existing models and building on top of it so that the result seems very much plausible or truthful. But ChatGPT, DALL-E, these are all different applications of the generative AI. But what is happening behind the hoods? So let's see that. This is a very basic example of a neural network. So consider a neural network, right? You have the input, which is the input data set. You are given the weight, summon, bias, and activation function, which is just a black box. So it's a black box of machine learning. You don't need to understand what exactly weight, summon, bias, and activation functions are. Just consider it as a black box. And then it gives you the output. It could be any use case that you're trying to build and work around it. So this is a very basic brainchild behind the neural network. And on top of that, there is a transformer model, which has been devised by Google researchers. And that's the building block behind all these GPT sort of models. I'm pretty sure you all must have used ChatGPT kind of tools altogether, right? So what happens behind this? So in ChatGPT 3, you are given, let's say, the input as recite the first law of robotics. That's a text input, which is given inside this GPT-3 model. And then it gives you the output corresponding to what is the first law of robotics, right? But what is happening behind the hoods is, so this GPT-3 model, it has been actually trained on millions and billions of parameters, like 173 billion numbers. So consider those numbers are nothing but just like a parameters in the model. And then on top of it, it is learning the patterns and generating the new synthesis, like synthesizing the new data instances on top of it. And the prediction which is happening, like what is the output is going to be, that prediction is nothing but a basic of matrix multiplication, like tons and tons of matrix multiplication. I can give an example, like large language models, which uses, of course, the transformer behind the hoods. It can be utilized for different use cases altogether. For example, reasoning. You can ask for summarization, can you summarize the entire PDF or the book altogether? Or for corrections, translations, and for code generation, which we definitely use for our use cases. For example, I want to give you one example just to explain how the LLMs is predicting the next word or the next token. Is the garden was full of beautiful, could be a butterflies, could be flowers, depends upon what the context is, right? So this is how the large language model, which predicts the next token or the next word, what the output is going to be with a certain confidence. And it all depends upon the context of the data on which you are trying to build your use case for. Okay, so now let's use this LLMs for the WordPress ecosystem. I have a bunch of examples and all my code base, whatever the snippets that I'm going to show, and the data itself, it will be publicly available, as well as my slides. I will have a QR code towards the end of my presentation so that you can scan and take a look at it later. But the basic idea for this presentation is to make you all understand how we can use LLMs for WordPress ecosystem and make certain security systems around it. Okay, so the first use case that we want to build. So this data set, I have retrieved that data set from Kaggle. Kaggle is like an open source framework. Like, it's not a framework, but it's a platform where you can get the access of the data set, models, and see how the people are playing around with different type of models and data sets altogether. So this data set is a plugins data set. You are given a slug, tag, version, like so on and so forth features. What I meant by the features are the columns in the data set, okay? And the downloaded is how much a plugin has been downloaded, like how popular a particular plugin is. Okay, before building any kind of a use case, the thumb rule for using machine learning or using LLMs is to do EDA. What EDA is, it's an exploratory data analysis. So you need to understand what your data looks like, what the data has values. Sometimes the data could be null. Sometimes the data doesn't have the good quality of the content which we require. So I think we commonly see, right, garbage in, garbage out. So if you're putting in the garbage kind of a data set into your model, then of course the output is not as to what you expect. So it's very important to find good quality data set, and therefore doing the EDA just to test your hypothesis is important. So I found that the plugin which has been highly downloaded is Contact Form and then Elementor and so on and so forth, which shows how much popular a particular plugin is. Okay, so our use case, the first use case that we are going to build, it is using identifying the plugin quality using the open source LLMs. Before we explain about how I have built it, I want to clearly mention there are different types of LLMs, different use cases all around. Like there are closed source LLMs and there are open source LLMs. What are closed source LLMs is like O3 mini model, which has been released, like all of these closed source models, which where the weights and the model activation function, how the model has been trained, it's not released in the public. But the open source LLMs, they have released their model checkpoints, how the model has been trained, the entire architecture is already released. So my concern was, can we use actually the open source LLMs to build a use case for this WordPress plugins data set? Okay, so this is the architecture. I'll explain every bit and pieces of it, how I achieved this code, because I wanted to identify the quality, right? So my first goal is, on the top you will see the WordPress plugin data set. It has to be pre-processed, right? You need to pre-process the data, identify if there are any null values in the data set, identify what is the, if there is any imbalance in the data set altogether. So you can apply some data pre-processing techniques. So that's first. And then, in order to ensure the quality of the plugin, right, I have devised this weighted plugin quality kind of a score mechanism, which basically depends upon how the features are there in the data set. So there are three parts to it. The first is the maintenance score, the second is the popularity score, and the third is the support score. And the popularity score depends upon how the active installs are for a particular plugin, right? So I would devise this, and this is all based upon the heuristics. So you can definitely play around with the heuristics that you want for this plugin quality use case. And then support is how many users have given a rating for a plugin. So this all information was already given in the data set, and I just devised a heuristic or a framework to identify the quality. So that's a scoring mechanism. And then once that has been done, I'm passing all this information in this open source model, which is the Mistral 7 billion parameters LLM. So what this Mistral model is going to do, first it is going to identify the quality assessment. Like there is a prompt you can apply, or maybe there is a heuristic, that is the framework that I'm doing. Apply, and then it will give you the strength and weaknesses, because it will understand the context of the data. And then towards the end, it will give you an improvement, like what are the weaknesses or what are the strengths in a particular plugin, because we want to identify the quality of a plugin, right? That's what our use case is about. And then, of course, it gives you an output, whatever the output we desire, maybe in a JSON format or in a text format, or just like a build, different entire production environment, like a framework altogether. Okay, so this is not the entire code. My entire code is already there on the GitHub. But for the sake of the presentation, I've included the core parts of my implementation. So the first function, this function is doing assessing the plugin quality. Again, as I mentioned in my architecture, you are doing a weighted architecture mechanism, right? It's 0.4, 0.3, so that is like 30% or 40%. And then so there is a final quality score which will be assigned to a particular plugin. So this is how the setup of the Mistral model is, which is a 7 billion parameter. Again, I'm using this through the Hugging Face. Hugging Face is also one of the infrastructure provider, just to give the demo, run and deploy any kind of AI applications. So not just the Hugging Face, but you can use Olama or just like the API calls for any of the closed source models. So I just used from the Hugging Face, I pulled the models and of course the tokenizer. And here I'm defining what is the size and the type is going to be. So again, you're free to play around with the architecture of the model. So that's called as tuning the hyperparameters of a model. So once I've done this, you can see the part of the output. So here, there were like multiple plugins in that data set, which I showed in slides previously. You can see for one plugin, because this is an output of one plugin, it gives you the quality score based upon the different parameters, right? And then it gives you the usage statistics. And then, of course, it gives you the assessment. What are the key strengths and the weaknesses of that plugin? So this is how the neat response is coming up. And of course, you can have the human in the loop, like the feedback mechanism, just to understand whether the model is not given any hallucinated or fabricated content, right? You can do a lot of validation on top of it. Okay, so next use case. I think I have to hurry because I have like 15 minutes left and I want to complete a lot of sections. But please feel free to ask me any questions and I'll happy to take around because I'll be here in the conference. Okay, so the second use case is, can we identify the plugin quality using the open source LLM? And again, here the quality is based upon the risk assessment. Like what is the risk assessment for a plugin? Should we update the plugin versus not? So that's one of the questions that someone asked me yesterday as well. Because the plugin has some vulnerabilities, should we update it or not? And how frequently we should update it? So here is again the architecture. First, in the previous, since we have calculated already the risk, we can define and categorize on certain buckets, right? We can assign whether it's a low risk, high risk, or a medium or critical. And then, of course, here I'm using the Phi2 LLM. You're free to use any kind of LLMs. I'm using all these open source LLMs because I don't want to use any closed source. I wanted to inspire and motivate all of you because there are a plethora of open source LLMs around, right? And Phi2 is by the Microsoft itself. So here, after assessing everything, it gives you the analysis. And that analysis comprised by the security assessment of that plugin. And then it gives you the concerns, and then, of course, the risk score. So here's how I'm using this Microsoft Phi2 model. Again, feel free to use any kind of hyperparameters, tweak around with it. And here is the basic core part of it. So here I've specifically mentioned that what are the risk metrics that the model needs to concentrate and look upon, right? What is the risk score and the day since it has been last updated. So it gives you the corresponding response around it. And this is how the output will look like. That for a certain plugin, what is the risk score? And a risk score is also like on the basis of 1 to 5. It could be really on different parameter altogether. And then it gives you what are the concerns in that particular plugin, right? And then what are the recommended security concerns or actions around it? Okay, so now this is one of my favorite application of using LLMs, identifying the core vulnerabilities within the code base. But before that, I want to understand what is exactly a code vulnerability. How do we define the vulnerability in itself? So you must have seen the OWASP, right? All these vulnerabilities like kind of a weakness in an application. It could be a design or it could be a security flaw altogether. Maybe just so that the malicious actor, they want to harm the pipeline altogether or the application itself. It could be a lack of the input validation or the lack of the sufficient logging. So here is the vulnerability scanner tool architecture. There are different use cases or like steps which has been followed. The first step is the input data set. The second stage is the code analysis, just so that the model understands the context of the code that it has to scan and identify the vulnerabilities. And the third stage is context analyzer. There is a PathStack machine learning engine that has been developed in-house, which is using a lot of tools, a lot of algorithms around it. And the last stage is it gives you a report generated. So I'll show how the report is being generated, like how the final report looks like. So if you see for a particular plugin, there is a file name. Like for a particular plugin, which file has the code and which particular vulnerable code that is. Because a plugin could have like multiple code files, right? And every code file is not necessary to have a vulnerability around it. So this engine itself identifies the vulnerable code and gives you what type of vulnerability it is, and also a summary so that the layman can also even understand that. Okay, now I've explained a lot of use cases of LLMs. It's not a bed of roses. There is, of course, a lot of thorns around it, right? So let's understand what are the challenges. Before I do that, I want you all to answer me this question. If I give you a prompt in an LLM, translate from English to French, what is the capital of Italy? What do you expect the response is going to be? A, please raise your hand if you think A is the answer. Okay, three, four people. B, if you think B is the response. All right, so let's see. Well, the model has given B as response, right? The response should not be what is. Like, the response should not be B at all. It should be translation of the exact question, but it gave me the response, like what is the capital of Italy? Rome, of course, but I want just the conversion of those sentence in itself. So what I want to explain through this is this concept, which is called as LLMs confabulations or hallucinations, right? We can't rely on LLMs throughout our building of the use case or an application because the models hallucinate a lot. Okay, so next is the context window. So sometimes you must have understood there is a limited context windows with the LLMs. Like you can't put entire code base altogether, which has 30,000 plus files altogether, right? Because the model will not be able to digest so much information. So there is a context window, kind of a limitation in the existing LLMs. And we also have different limitations. The one of the very basic limitation is resource constraint. Not everyone can build and deploy and train such billions and billions of parameters kind of a model, right? So that's the biggest concern also. Okay, now what are the ways to mitigate the challenges? By the way, the LLMs have like bunch of limitations and challenges. I've not included the exhaustive list, but this is, I cherry picked the top 3 or 4 of them. But what are the ways, how can we mitigate the challenges that we saw in the previous slides? The first and foremost is implement the ground truth. Implement the mechanism which makes the hallucinated content, the model that is generated, can be verified so that the model doesn't hallucinate. Then the next one is using the techniques like summarization. RAG is also one of the techniques, which is retrieval augmented networks, graphs. You can implement those, or do the batch processing of the data set, because we have this limited context for the LLMs, right? So the LLM will not be able to understand the entire context. So you can do the batch processing or divide the data set into certain chunks. And the third one is using the context of model quantization, distillation, or pruning techniques, which is mainly how we can actually deploy the model into certain chunks altogether. All right, so that's a summary. The first is the integration of LLMs in the WordPress ecosystem. It's not about, you're not just removing what the existing security researchers or the existing infra which is in place, what they are doing, but actually enhancing on top of what they are doing. You're augmenting their work, augmenting and building that with an intelligent context-aware systems. The second is LLMs will definitely improve the WordPress security by combining the traditional machine learning techniques which are already existing or in place. And third, which everyone says, now the GenAI techniques are there, are we going to lose the jobs? The answer is absolutely no. In fact, the security researchers will really appreciate the LLMs and of course the new GenAI techniques which are blowing, and every day we are seeing a different model which has been released. They will improve their effectiveness and also the response and efficiency. And that's all I have for you today. So I would like to say that security isn't kind of a brute force. It's not obvious to find the bugs, and the strongest systems itself fall down. But the one who has understood the concept behind how the systems have been built, that makes the system much more robust, right? And the greatest hack is not just about the force, it's about the clarity. So you need to have the crystal and clear clarity of the systems that has been built in place. And with this, I will leave you with the 4 lines that I weave myself because I love to write. And that's like in this WordPress vast digital sphere where the plugins and the codes are far and near. LLMs may be our guiding light, making its security even more bright. I'm happy to take any questions, and this is the code that you can scan to get the access of the slides as well as the code snippets. And of course, please sign up for the PathStack newsletter. So I want to give the thank you note to the organizers. And yes, thank you for believing in me and giving me this opportunity to share my learnings with all of you. And of course, to my employer, PathStack, Oliver and Dave, for believing in my skills and giving me this opportunity to work on the cutting edge problem. And of course, to my annoying brother who is sitting over there. I'm kidding. Yeah, he's annoying, but he's fun to be around. Thank you, everyone. And of course, this is lovely audience around for giving me your time and understanding the concepts behind it. I hope it was useful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It was actually amazing. I have so many questions, but we have 10 minutes for questions. So if anyone has any, just raise your hand and we will run you over a mic. So don't hold back. Her favorite brother, if you want to ask something you've always been dying, now is the chance. She's on a big stage. Okay, I will start with one.
Yes,
so I have a question with LLMs and SEO. Like, how is there a strategy to maybe like, is there any type of content marketing or SEO strategy where you can show up more on the results of LLMs?
Right. So if I have understood the question, you are saying that for SEO, how we can use the LLMs as for one of the use cases? Oh yeah, sure. So for SEO, like you want to attract your website once you have built, like more and more customers should see the website, there should be more traffic, spike and everything. Or maybe like you want to do some behavior analytics around it. So LLMs are definitely helpful to understand what are the patterns, which are the pieces in the entire website, which are the widgets that people are clicking more and more, and which could be a possibility. Because LLMs are really great in understanding the patterns in the data set. They can help in figuring out, oh, maybe there is a recommendation you can improve, or maybe there is a new widget that you can develop around it, and that will bring a lot of traffic, or maybe there is a fraud, like if someone is logging into the website using a lot of brute force attacks or something like that, you can build a behavioral system around it and using LLMs for fraud detection too. Of course.
Okay. Any other questions? Don't be shy. Oh, yep, over there. I'm gonna get a workout today.
Did you see the results that you were finding out of the security stuff to change at all when you switched to a closed source model from the open source models?
Of course. So I would not hesitate to say that the closed source models are really brilliant in understanding and giving the context of the response. And that's why they are closed source. But there is a caveat around it. You can fine tune the open source models based upon the rich data set. Let's say if your organization has finely tuned or maybe like high quality of the data set, you can fine tune that model on the data set, and which can definitely beat some of the performance values. But O3 Mini, and there are so many SOTA, like state-of-the-art models, which are not as comparable to the open source model. But there is a DeepSeek R1, which has been released very recently, which is definitely beating, and Grok 3 is also there. So there are a plethora of open source models out there, which are beating the closed source models. But at this point, with my knowledge, I can say the closed source models like O3 Mini, OpenAI model, is definitely the state-of-the-art.
Okay. Anybody else? I thought you had a follow-up. Okay. Well, let's give another round of applause for Rashmi.
Thank you so much, everyone.
And the next talk will actually begin at 11. And I just actually want to thank you with this.
Oh, thank you so much.
Present from
I
the
love
WordCamp
this.
Asia. Yeah. So we have a little break in the room. And then, yeah, the next talk will be at 11. So thank you.
Are you sure? But this one?
I don't know what they would say. I don't know if maybe had to take it off, but no, it was awesome.
Yeah, I think it's so hard to speak with this.
I don't know how to help you. Yeah. No, it was good, and you did it so naturally, just holding it. Yeah.
So Rashmi,
Yes,
you
sir.
are from Westlake, right?
I don't know how to
Yeah.
help you.
Can we take a selfie and unmute this? You can mic.
Maybe we should go back there. Let me try.
We were calling.
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah.
It's stuck in her hair. There you go. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. You got a
I'm
bit
sorry
of
if
a
I
break.
brushed you off
No, I
on Slack.
totally
I
get
was like, yes, absolutely, except I absolutely have no time
No,
because
that-
I have to have everything finished before I leave Australia.
I was on the content team organizing WordCamp Europe, and it's like I felt like I was so annoying to like
So very scrawny.
but I did want to just confirm, like, so I kind of just took what you were saying, but I don't know how much you're going to introduce yourself in the next one.
Not really. Like,
I don't need
I'm free.
just the audience, or you're going to do I can sit there and do like both.
Just flip it. Am I just flicking through just to test the first one? Yeah, perfect. Cool. Thank you. Do you want to just mute it until we start?
Hello? Hello, hello. I'm just going to make a few announcements. So this talk, we have the lovely Joe Mini. So if you are looking for the usability testing for WordPress, that's here. But if you are looking for the redefining WordPress design, that is in room 1. But we all know we're here for her. So the other announcement is around 12 o'clock, we will have a family photo. That will be in the main lobby. So right before lunch, let's just go down there and I'll have a photo together, and then lunch will start around 10 minutes after. So we'll do that, make some funny faces, and yeah, maybe you guys have some questions about anything. I'm trying to stall for 2 minutes. Maybe I can grab some people from outside. I'm thinking if I just keep talking, more and more people will come in. But I don't think that that's going to work very good. Anyone have some good jokes? I should maybe have some good jokes, but I don't. Okay.
That's a bad joke.
Yeah.
What did the 0 say to the 8?
What did the 0 say to the 8, in case you guys couldn't hear her?
Nice belt.
No. I told you it was bad. You asked.
Yeah, I did. All right. Anybody else got a good joke? I say it's a good joke, yeah. I can go around. No? I'm just getting cameras now. Hey, George. Did you find your phone? Okay. So we're going to have a talk. It's going to be around 30 minutes, and then we will have some time for Q&A. So if you have some questions, just shoot your hand up, and these lovely gentlemen will run a microphone to you. They are trying to get their steps in, so if you guys can spread out, they can run up and down the aisles and get you the mic. So bad. Hi. Did you guys have a good night last night? Did anybody go out?
Who went out? Who was at the code company thing, like in the basement?
Yeah.
We were there too late.
Yeah. Was anybody good and like actually went to bed and got a good 8 hours of sleep?
Lovely did. She was in Sleep Valley.
2?
Yeah.
Can I get some of that sleep energy? Who got less than 5 hours of sleep last night? Yeah, my people. How many cups of coffee are you on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and get started. Oh, no, I'm going to let those people come in. Join us.
Join us. Join us. I'd say we have cookies, but we don't have cookies, but it has stickers.
We have cookies on our website. Cookie consents on our website.
Oh, now that was a bad joke. Who's playing bingo?
Yeah.
Is anyone like playing the bingo
Does anyone
card?
have the bingo?
Yeah.
You can get a signature from this sticker.
Come get a sticker. Come on.
Is anyone else doing bingo?
We've already met, so like you can come get a sticker.
Over there? Yeah, we can do a sticker over there. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and begin. It's 11. Might as well. Yep.
All right.
All right.
Gotta give these people a sticker first.
Yeah,
Here you
go for it.
One each.
Anyone else want a sticker? Did you want one over there?
They interviewed me yesterday when I was a human library book. Yeah.
I'll get you one after. More stickers over there afterwards. Okay. So we have a wonderful speaker today who's all about making websites actually usable. So let's be honest, like we've all struggled with a site that made us want to throw our laptop at the window and just be like, I'm not doing it anymore. But our speaker today, Joe Mini, is going to be helping us make sense of all of that and make us want to keep our laptop intact because they're expensive. So she's joining us from Perth, Western Australia, where they have the cutest little animals that I can't remember the name.
Quokka? Yeah.
Quokka. Sounds better when she says it. But that's not all. So Joe is actually a UX certified and by the world-renowned Nelson Norman and the group. And that means that she learned from Don Norman herself. And this is the guy who actually coined the term UX. So she is a bad. Yeah, super cool. And so today, Joe's going to walk us through the basics of usability testing, common pitfalls, and how to do it all effectively without breaking the bank. And, fun fact, she was the speaker lead for the WordCamp Sydney 2024, which was the first WordCamp in Australia since COVID. So let's give a big round of applause for Joe.
Thanks, Emma. All right, so what Emma didn't say, my very first WordCamp ever, I think maybe there's a few people in this room that I met at my very first WordCamp, and it was in Cebu. So at my very first WordCamp ever, we did something that has become a tradition, and I've now done it at every WordCamp I've ever spoken at. This is my 7th WordCamp I've spoken at, and I've also done it at one other one where I wasn't speaking. Here we go. If we just go there.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. And I am going to help you learn how to do this tradition. Is everyone willing to help me with this? Yeah? Okay. We did it in Cebu. We can do it here. So first of all, as much as you're able, if you've got things that are like in your hands, put them down for now. Okay? We're videoing this, and I'll put it up on social media, so you don't need to video it, all right? So put everything down, and then what I want you to do is put your hands in the air for me. Everyone put your hands in the air. If you can, put both hands in the air. If you can't, put one hand in the air, right? Cool. Okay, now I want you to do the same thing, but I want you to put your hands in the air and stand up. Okay, so put them down, and now put your hands in the air and stand up. Stand up, 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 up. Stand up. That's it. See, that's why I had to put your things down. Let's try that one more time. Sit down. Stand up and put your hands in the air. Okay, you guys have got that pretty good. Now, we're going to do that same thing again, but we're going to do it starting over here. All right, so you guys, you have an important job. You're starting it, but you have the hardest job, okay? Because when we go this way, it's going to get here, and we're going to go back again, right? So this is, if you haven't heard this before, it's called a Mexican wave, and we're going to go like this, right? So everyone's going to stand up, starting on this side, moving that way, and then you're going to go back again. Do you understand? Should we try it? Okay, you've got 2 shots. So if you mess it up the first time, we'll try one more time. Yeah? Okay, ready? I'm going to count down. 3, 2, 1, go. Up, 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 up. And down and up again. Oh, see, that was rubbish. We're going to try one more time. We're going to try one more time. So as soon as you stand up and put your hands up, then you're going to sit down again. Okay? So we're going to try one more time. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Up, 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 down, 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 up, 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 up. Yay! We got it. Good work, everyone. Congratulations. I think for some of you, that was your first ever Mexican wave. All right, my name is Jo Minnie. I am from Perth, Western Australia. I am a specialist in UX. I run an agency. We work predominantly with charities and non-profit organizations. We build on WordPress. We also build on Laravel. Happy to chat about either of those things later, but today we're talking about usability testing. So specifically, how do we do usability testing and actually make it budget-friendly? But before we start, I just want to find out who we've got. So quick show of hands if you are a content person. You write copy or something like that. Cool. What about designers, UX people? Anyone who works with like making stuff pretty? Okay, not too many people, all right. User experience, so specifically focusing on the experience side of things. Nice, this is my people, I love it. You guys are gonna love this. Development, so developers, awesome, that's also me. And anyone else, are you like hosting, SEO? If you didn't fit into any of those other ones, cool. You still have something to learn today, right? So today we're gonna be talking about usability testing. I don't know why that's gone all weird, but let's just skip to the next slide. And specifically, I want to break down a few myths first. So I'm just going to... Yeah, there we go. We'll jump onto that one. So what is the difference between qualitative and quantitative testing? So I'm going to use these terms today. And what I'm going to be talking about today is predominantly what we call qualitative testing. So we're testing things from a quality perspective, not from a quantity perspective. And this is really important because quantitative testing is most common, and if you have done any UX research before, you might have come across things like heat maps. It's a really common way that people will do UX research, right? You can test with 1,000 users, and you can find that they don't click a button, right? That's quantitative testing. But do you know why they don't click the button? No, right? Because quantitative testing is really good at telling you that there is a problem, but it's not good at telling you what the problem is, right? So that's where qualitative testing can be really good. Again, these fonts are not loading, guys. I apologize if they look a little bit weird. But qualitative usability testing focuses on collecting insights from users. And while for a quantitative test, we typically need at least 20 users to be able to get valuable information. And we typically want to compare that against another test. So you're looking at a minimum of 40 users to be able to actually make good decisions using quantitative testing. With qualitative testing, we can do it with as little as 5 users, right? And you might be like, Joe, how can you make good decisions using only 5 users? That's not statistically relevant. But the point is, it doesn't have to be. That's not our goal when we're doing qualitative testing. We're looking at identifying what the problem is and not that there is a problem. We're kind of assuming already that there's going to be problems. We want to know what those problems are. So one of the good things about qualitative testing is that we can vary the conditions between tests. So if you've ever done a science experiment, you'll understand that it's really important that you keep the conditions the same every single time, right? That's how we do experiments. That's not how we have to do qualitative testing. We can change things, we can improve things after one test. We can identify this is definitely a problem that users have a problem with. They struggle to use a particular button or a particular drop-down. We can tweak it and make it better, and then we can see whether our next test actually has a better experience using that particular tool. And the recommendation is, like, it's not just that you only, like, you can get away with doing it with 5 people. The recommendation is to only do it with 4 to 6 people. So you don't need hundreds of people to be able to do really good usability testing. And the reason for that is because after you have tested with like 4 to 6 people, you've already identified 85% of the problems that they're going to experience. So if you keep testing with lots more people, the amount of actual benefit that you get from it is going to be really small until you make more changes. So it's much better to do small groups of testing and do them iteratively throughout the project. So are we ready to learn how to run a qualitative usability test? Yes? Has anyone ever run a full usability test before? Like, stick your hand up if you've done it. It's okay if you haven't. Most people haven't. Okay, excellent. So we're all new to this. We're going to learn together. So the very first step that we're going to talk about is recruiting participants. And these are some of the things that we want to think about when we're recruiting our participants, right? And one of the most common questions that I get asked, and I think someone when I was a library book yesterday actually asked me this question, was, how do I find people that understand about usability testing to do the tests? And I was like, you don't. That's the point. We don't want people that understand what WordPress is. We don't want people that understand how to do a usability test. Do you know who we do want? We want your mum, right? Like, we want your auntie, we want your uncle, we want a person who is often not very good with technology. Because the reality is, if someone who is not good with technology can use your website, someone who is good with technology can definitely use your website. So think about your users in particular. You're probably not an ideal participant for a usability study because you are going to, if I asked you to look at my website, you would be looking at it and comparing it to other websites you've built, right? You're not the average user that I'm looking to actually engage with. So think about what is common about that type of user that you're engaging with, and try and make sure that you recruit people for your study that are going to meet that kind of persona, right? So we have a screening questionnaire that we use. There is a link to it at the bottom there. Don't worry, all of the information that's on here, I've got a QR code at the end with a link to all of my resources, and there's a blog post that sort of covers a bunch of this stuff so you can just relax and chill. And I know you're probably not caffeinated enough to be like taking notes right now. So in our screening questionnaire, we ask a bunch of questions to try and identify some of things that we're looking for in a participant. And so one of the hardest questions is, how tech savvy are you, right? Because there are people here that will be like, oh, I'm not very good with technology. I'm not very good with computers. And I'm like, you're at a WordCamp, guys. Like, you're probably much better than the average person with computers. So one of the questions we ask is a question like, how do you regularly access the internet? Like, what devices do you normally use to access a website? We actually don't care what the answer is. Do you know what we care about? How they describe their device. If they're giving you like a model number and they're like, this is my CPU and stuff like that, you're like, this person understands computers, right? If they're like, my phone, you know that that's probably someone that's not spending most of the day on a laptop and is very tech savvy. Which of the following tasks would you feel comfortable helping a friend or family member with? Registering a domain name, installing a piece of software, updating an app on your phone. Like, these are things that we take for granted are easy to do, right? But there are a lot of the population where those things are not easy to do, and they are great people to do usability testing with. So I think something that is really important to discuss when you're talking about recruitment for participants for usability tests is this topic of incentives, and how do we make sure that the people that are doing the tests are actually have their time valued. And it is definitely something you can't just gloss over, because it probably is one of the biggest costs of usability testing. It's not free to ask 5 people to give up an hour of their time each, right? Unless it is. And this is where I think it is very dependent on who the customer is and whether or not they have the budget for it. Here are some ideas that I've got for things that we've done in the past, but also things that I've recommended to clients to be able to do this as cheaply as possible. And the first thing is testing with friends or family who don't work in the industry or don't understand very much about the project, right? Like I said, your mum, your auntie, your uncle, your family, your husband or wife, like, they are probably good people to do a usability test with. You can't use them over and over again, unfortunately. But if you only need to do it for one project, then you've probably got 5 people in your network that you can leverage their goodwill and just get them to do it for you for free, or like take them out to dinner or something, right? A lot of you will have a network. So when I first started my business, I was part of a business networking group. And one of the things that I always had to try and do was communicate to them what my business actually did, and they likewise had to communicate to me what their business did. A great way of communicating to your partners, to other people in different industries, what you do, be like, hey, do you want to come and be a participant for a study so you can learn what it is that I do? It's like a tricky way of just being able to like, hey, can you come and do some free labor for me? So think about who in your network you might be able to leverage who's still going to have something to gain from it. Internal users who aren't familiar with the project. So if you're working for a big company building a website, maybe they have people who are like help desk support or something like that, who are still going to need to engage with the website, maybe use it or direct people there, but they might not have actually been involved with the development of that project in the first place. So you can still leverage them. Be careful about using people who do have a strong understanding of the project that you're working on, because they will have a different mental model from the average person who's not familiar with the project. And the last thing is that you can run a competition or offer an incentive that is linked to the business that you're testing for. So if you are an e-commerce site, maybe you ask people if they can do it and they can go into the prize draw to win a $200 voucher or something like that. So it still ends up being much cheaper than the average. But if you really just want to go the proper way of doing it, the average, and I always get asked this, how much does it cost for a usability person? It depends on where they live. That is a very important thing. But if you're trying to test with users who are predominantly in the US, you're looking at about $100 US per person. If you're testing in Australia, it's about $100 Australian. Are you seeing a theme here? If it's in Europe, it's about €100. So it really depends where the users are that you mainly want to test with. But think about the fact that if someone who's not English first language can use the website, there's a good chance that someone who is English first language can use a website, assuming that website, of course, is in English. You want to aim for 5 participants per round of testing, and you can either just do one round or you can do them iteratively throughout the life of the project. And I'll talk about when to do usability testing a little bit later. So this is the site that I'm going to use as an example as I talk you through what a usability test looks like. And something that I just want to mention is that this particular website does talk about quite a nasty topic. It's family and domestic violence, and I understand that this can be triggering for some people. So if that is you, I'm not going to be offended if you need to leave. And please do come and talk to me afterwards if there's anything that I can help you with and you need some support. Now, back to the usability testing side of things. idea that the type of people that we wanted to test with, we had 2 different cohorts, but the main one is people who are either likely to experience family domestic violence or know someone who is, and do not work in the sector. So they're not care workers or something like that. They don't have a deep understanding of how this industry and how the sector of support agencies works. We knew that we wanted to have a majority of female participants because typically that's the type of person who is most likely to use this website. That's what the stats that we had showed us. We wanted a majority of users with low technical proficiency and at least 1 participant who was not English first language, and at least 1 participant with an intersectional challenge. So for example, a person who has some form of disability and is also not English first language, because we know that these are the users that are going to struggle the most using our website. So the next step is to look at our research questions, and it's really easy to just be like, oh, I want to know this thing, I'm going to ask a person this thing. That is absolutely not how we're going to run our research projects, okay? The first thing we're going to do is work out what is the thing we want to test. What is the hypothesis? Now, to come up with the questions, this is kind of the easy bit, and often this is the thing that you and your customer disagree on, right? So it could be where you weren't sure about something. It could be like we weren't sure whether this was the right plugin to use. We weren't sure about whether or not this button belonged here or here. We weren't sure about the label that we were going to use in the navigation menu, whether or not we should use this word or this word, right? It could be something where your customer's like, no, we call it this. And you're like, but I don't know what that word means, so how is the general public going to know what that word means? I know I've had that conversation. I can see a few heads nodding. Like, I've had that conversation a lot of times with my customers. So some of the prompts that we usually use to identify research questions are like, what are the most important things that we want people to do or see or find? What are we most concerned about if they don't find it, or if they do it the wrong way, or they don't understand it? And we want to aim for between 5 and 10 research questions, and they want to describe the thing you want to test, right? We're then going to refine those into research topics. So one of the questions for us that was a big one was, can users find the service directory? So we're building the very first national service directory in Australia for victims and survivors of family domestic violence. And it was really important to us that they could discover the service directory. Now, before I took this screenshot, which was taken not super recently, but after the first round of testing, it just said support services instead of support service directory. And my concern, and what I sort of said to the customer is, I don't think that people are going to necessarily understand what they will find under support services and that links to the directory. And we tested it, and what do you know, I was right. And it's so much easier to convince your customers that you were right when you have data and video evidence to show it, right? But in the so we made this change, and this is the directories where people will find links to things like financial and legal services that they can use to help them escape a nasty situation. So when we're creating research tasks and actually coming up with things that we want to ask the participants that are doing the tasks, it's really important what language we use, right? Because if I were to say to them, find me the service directory, they're obviously going to look for the word service directory on the page, right? So if I ask you to look at this picture, and I'm like, estimate how wealthy the family in the picture are, right? So in this picture here, it's called Unexpected Visitors. This is one of the earliest examples of an eye tracking study that was done. So I want you to tell me, how wealthy are the people in the picture? Now, what if I asked you instead, what are the ages of the people in the picture? Now, the average person's eye tracking looks something like this for the first one and the second one. So for the first question, the area that we look at on the picture is very different from the area that we look at when we ask the second question. And that's because our intent is different, right? So the intent that you give your user is really important to how they are going to interpret the task. So what you want to do is you want to give them the intent, but you don't necessarily want them to know what the intent is. So taking that example again of can you find the service directory, that's not a reliable way of testing whether or not people can actually find that thing. A better way of doing it is something like help someone find the contact details for somewhere in Western Australia where she can get free legal advice. And by asking that, I'm not using the word support service, I'm not using the word directory, but I am asking them to find something that they would find in the service directory. Does that make sense? Yeah? So, click, there we go. All right. So in the previous example, the one that I just gave, you'll notice that I didn't make up a complex scenario, right? And this is a really easy trap to fall into, is where instead of saying, help someone find blah service, we'll be like, help a family member, or help a friend, or pretend you're in a bad situation and you need to do such and such. And not only can this cause confusion, it can also unnecessarily stress out and potentially upset or offend the person that you're doing the usability test with. So we want to make it clear what the task is, but we don't want to unnecessarily feed them information that they don't need to be able to do it. And that's a really hard thing to do. It's really easy to just fall into the trap of giving them as much information as you think they need, but you shouldn't. You should try and keep it as simple as possible on the task. Statistically speaking, by the 5th test, you'll have already discovered over 85% of the problems with your, like all of the bugs and stuff with your design or your interface. So in my opinion, it's better if you have a low budget to space out the tests. You can spread them out, you can fix obvious things in between. You don't have to keep it exactly the same for all of the tests. There's no point. If you've identified it's definitely a problem and you look at it and you're like, oh, this user had a problem and I can totally see why, that's a thing that we overlooked. Don't wait for another 4 users to prove it, just fix it and then see whether it's still a problem with the other 4 tests, right? I will say that one of the things that you should be careful of is that if you are spacing them out, that you don't change things that have been identified to work already, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. So we always record every single one of our usability tests, and it is really important before you start recording that your participant understands the purpose and the expectations of the session, and that they're aware that they're being recorded. This is the exact script that I use when I'm running a usability test for a website, word for word. I basically read it out, and I do this at the start of every usability test. You can come back and look at these on the slides on YouTube. It'll be fine. I'm not going to leave it up there for too long because I've got a lot to get through. But what I wanted to do is show you an example of what the start of a facilitation of a usability task looks like. Now, to do this, I roped in a friend of mine, and some of you might recognize her because she's done way, way more WordCamps than I have. So this is Dee, and she's going to do what we use as our test task, our demo task, to get people familiar with the idea of speaking out loud. Hopefully this works. Nope. Can we get the video to play? Can you guys click on that? If we can't get it to play, we'll just have to pretend and skip over it. I think we give them 3 more seconds. Very frustrating when it worked fine in the tech rehearsal. This is like, welcome to public speaking. All right, we might just skip on to the next one, I think, and if we can get it to work later, we might come back to it. So basically, let me describe to you what happened and some of the sort of key things about what actually went down in that. And also, you will be able to find the video on my website. If I didn't put it up in the blog post that I wrote, then I will make sure that I add that in so that you can go and watch that in your own time if you want to sort of see how the start of that facilitation actually works. But there's a few key things. The minute that I send the task to Dee, and I send it to her in text rather than reading it out to her, because I want her to read back the task to me. I use the term activity instead of task. And as soon as she starts doing it, I turn off my video and I mute myself. Right? And the idea is that as Dee is going through this process, she's speaking out loud and explaining to me what she's thinking as she goes through it. We want to avoid the participants thinking of it as tasks rather than activities. And the reason why that terminology is important is because we don't want them to think that there's a right and a wrong answer, because there's not. Even if there's an outcome we're hoping for them to get to, we're not testing the user. We're testing the website. Right? And if you are using terms like task, then they're going to think that they've failed if they don't complete the task, right? Which is why we use activity. And the demo activity is a really great way of familiarizing them with what we call the think aloud protocol. And basically what that means is we put them on the spot. It's very awkward. And we're like, I need you to explain to me everything that's going through your head right now. If they're really nervous and they're not kind of ready to do this, you can do the demo task and talk out loud for them and explain to them what kind of expectations you have. So the demo task that we do is we actually ask them to find lorem ipsum text on Google that is fun. So what we're looking for is that they'll come up with some kind of fun lorem ipsum generator, but we don't use the term lorem ipsum text. We say, can you find some fun generated content that you can use to put as a placeholder inside a website until you have time to write the copy or something like that. And they then have to try and find that. So in that example, we would be testing, do they recognize the term lorem ipsum? Do they just type that in themselves? Or do they have to try and get there? We came up with pirate ipsum, in case you're wondering. So once we have done the usability test, this is an example of the scorecard that we would fill out with the participant. And it's important that we do this straight away after each activity because our memory is not very good, right? And particularly, we change our perception over time once we've got more experience with something. And once we start to second guess ourselves, like, oh, was that me? Like, did I do that thing? Did I think that thing? Or am I making, was I being too harsh? Was it being too easy? We don't want that. So we want to ask our participant as early as possible, but we also don't want to rely on this data. This is not the primary goal of a usability test. The primary goal of a usability test is what they say and what they do while they're doing it. We anonymize our data. We want to make sure that as much as possible, we're not preferencing one result over the other. And lastly, we give all of our participants a color. So we want to iterate this. The way that we put all of this together, my team uses Miro. Again, I've got links to this stuff on the blog post that I created for this. We assign each participant a color so that we can tell how often a particular problem pops up. And we want to make sure that notes include context and they're either something the user said or something the user did. We don't want to be putting things like user was confused. That's not helpful. Why were they confused? What were they confused about? I think we're going to have to skip when should I usability test because we did lose a little bit of time. But I do want to point out that, I think this video is going to play. Maybe. Let's see. Nope, it's not. But this example is one that took me 42 minutes from start to finish to develop this like wireframe using InstaWP, I think. Or WordPress Playground. I think maybe it was Insta. But basically what I did is I took the working architecture that we had planned out, the navigation for the website, and I whacked it on there. I was eating a loaded potato at the time, and it still only took me 42 minutes. So this is a really good way of testing because you are not distracting your user with design. So this is allowing you to just focus on the navigation. And one of the most common questions I get asked is, when should I test? And in my opinion, if you can only do one round of testing, this is the best place to do it. My final parting words to you, for anyone who has ever worked in UX, you are not the user. Make sure that you test with real users. Your opinion is just that, opinion, right? So the only way to actually prove something is to get evidence, and hopefully being able to usability test you'll be able to go and do that now. So thanks, everyone. A special thank you to Support Inclusion in Tech and the Yoast Diversity Fund. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. I hope that you got something valuable out of this, and all of my resources are at the QR code there. And I will probably also put the photo of the video of the wave, which I feel like we should have done it at the end now because there's so many more people here.
Should
we?
We can.
Yeah, maybe we'll do another one. Like if we don't have too many questions. But yeah, thanks everyone.
Okay, so we have 8 minutes for questions. So put your hands up. He will run you the mic. Don't hold back. Ah, there we go. We got one. And then we can do it.
I think this gentleman, you put up your hand and said that you were like UX, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent.
By the way, I'm Jerome, based in Manila. Hi, everyone. We understand sometimes if you're working for a full digital marketing agency, so that's a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
And the manpower are there and available. And the timeline are also in place properly. But if you are working in a small web shop, like what we do, normally we are always on a very tight budget.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that, and on timeline, right? So I was about to ask that question, when you said that it was very useful for me, put up a wireframe,
Yeah.
omitting the design so that you'd be able to focus more on the site navigation, how people would click on things. But on actual small projects, limited timeline, you'd probably want to integrate, take advantage of both the design and the usability together in one go. As much as possible, as much as you would like to, right? Because, separating the design with usability would sometimes bloat the timeline. So how would you deal with it? What's the best?
Yeah, look, I think every project is different. So for big projects where we have a good timeline and we have a good budget, as I said, we work mostly with nonprofits, so we don't always have a good timeline or a good budget or any timeline or any budget. What we found is that you just have to take the opportunity where it arises, but you can also be smart about planning for that opportunity when you can. So one of the most common questions I get is, how do I convince my customers that I should do usability testing? How do I convince them to pay for that? And my answer to that would be, don't give them an option. Work it into your initial costing. Plan to be doing it. Plan that 5 hours that you need to be able to run the usability test and the time that you need to prepare it and the time that you need. Make that part of the thing that makes you different. Because when I asked at the start, who's done usability testing before, not a single person in this room put their hand up. That means everyone here who is delivering website projects to people is not doing usability testing right now. And that is the norm. My experience is people are not doing it. So if you can convince them, hey, this is a thing that makes us different, then they will make the time for it and they will make the budget for it if they know it's going to set them apart from their competitors. I know it's not always that easy. And as I said, I think it really does come down to, you have to make that decision on a project by project basis based on what you're working with. It can often be easier if you're on a short timeline to do it at the end, because it's also a lot easier to test with a real website than it is to test with like a Figma wireframe or something like that. So we try and avoid testing with Figma wireframes because it's not a realistic interaction. They can't kind of click through. I know that you can make them interactive, but you still have to kind of help them along the way if something doesn't work. Whereas a website, you've got a lot more reliability and it's so easy to just spin up a basic one. So even if you know that there are certain things that you're not sure about, you can front load that in your testing and in your development process. So maybe you're like, we are really worried about this one page. Maybe you focus on doing the design for that page first and you kind of don't worry about everything else, just put a coming soon page there. And then you can still do the testing with the design and the architecture. You can test them both and just have like a, congratulations, you got to the right spot for activity 2 or something on the page and not worry about having all of the content in yet. Does that answer your question? Nice. Do we have time for one more?
Yeah, I think there was someone in the back with the mic already. Yeah.
Hello. Is this working? Can you hear me?
Nope.
No. Oh, it's working? Okay.
Yell? Yeah.
So my name's Kitty, and I'm a UX designer based in Australia.
You are, Kitty.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not that we know each other. Yeah, I wanted to know for sample sizes for user research. Now, obviously, we want to do as much, like where we can, we want to do as many participants as possible, or just be able to have participants in the first place. But if you only get 5 participants, do you worry that it's hard to differentiate minor opinions, or how do I say it? Say you've got a large audience size, and you end up using 5 participants, but you end up getting 2 people, two groups of people who share polar opposite opinions. So
Yeah.
it's really hard to know which direction is...
100%.
Yeah.
And this is it's a great question, but it's also a trick question because we're not asking for users' opinions.
Okay.
Right? Our goal is not to find out, like, as I said, when we're asking them, like, how easy or hard did you find this to use? That's not the key bit of the usability test that we're looking for. What we're looking for is what did they say and what did they do while they were completing the activity. Were they able to complete the activity how you wanted them or expected them to complete the activity? If they didn't do that, it doesn't matter if only one person wasn't able to complete the activity. I don't know about you guys, but if I had something that was really important that I wanted people to do on my website and 1 in 5 people couldn't do that really important thing, I would be worried about whether or not I had built the website correctly. So that's why I think it's a really different mindset coming at qualitative testing versus quantitative testing. Our goal is not see whether many users have a problem with this. It's see what problems any users have. I hope that answers your question, Kitty.
Yeah. Thank you.
We could do one or the wave.
It's up to you guys. Do you want one more question or do you want to do another wave?
Any other questions?
There, we've got another question. Who was faster?
What's your opinion on conducting a usability test? If you ask the client to find like random staff within their company to do it.
Yeah, so I would be cautious, but I also think it very much depends on the project. So if I was going to, for example, with the website that I used in the slides, I wouldn't rely on a usability test from the staff or the volunteers that are working with that organization because they already have a deep understanding of how that particular sector works, right? But if I was building a website for GoDaddy and I have hundreds and hundreds of staff that I could leverage, I think that it would be a great idea to do at least 1 round of usability testing with people who are support team for GoDaddy, right? Because those people are going to be talking to customers all the time and they need to be able to find the answers to things and how to do things just as often as what the people who are actually customers are doing. So I wouldn't rely on them, but I would say that there is definitely value in testing internally in some situations. You just need to be very careful about that prior knowledge getting in the way and making a task easier for them because they are already familiar with the language and the terminology and the structure of an organization. And a really common problem that people a really common mistake people make when they're doing the architecture of a website is to match the architecture of their business. And actually, your users do not care about the architecture of your business. They don't care what your org chart looks like. That should not be what your nav looks like, right? So if your navigation is based on your org chart, you're doing it wrong, and you need to try and use the mental models of your customers. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, because I'm thinking more of like a buy-in to the client. So like you're just going to give them a preview.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
then if you like
Clients is an excellent way to test. So I often, particularly with e-commerce, will be like, find your 5 best clients and ask them if they'll do it for you and give them like a 20% off voucher or something like that. Because people who are actually going to be using the site are a great example of people to test with. And often the most common users of a customer's web, like if you're a developer building a website for someone, often they're going to be using their website just as much as the general public is. So they're a good first place to start, but don't rely on them because they're not going to be the only users.
Because basically the client will be finding the goals.
Yeah, yeah. I think Emma's trying to cut us off. She's like, no, we've got to go take a photo now, guys.
But you can talk to her afterwards.
You can. I have
right
stickers.
outside. Yes. So let's give another round of applause for Jomini. She will be here. Here's a little gift from.
Aw,
WordCamp
thank
Asia.
you.
But yes, you will be outside, so you guys
I
can follow
will.
up the questions
Yeah.
then. So thank you so
Come
much.
get a sticker and fill out your bingo card.
Yeah. Okay. And then, so now we have a break. Lunch will start at 12. And just a reminder, there will be a group photo around 12, 10, 12-ish in the main lobby. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have my own slides? So I'm not going to use your slides. Thank you. What? Yes, yes, yes. Yes?
Do you have any update on your slides that you need to use your laptop?
I'm gonna use my own laptop. So I have my own slides here. And I'm gonna be switching between slides and live coding. So I need to use my own.
Okay, a moment. They need
Yes.
time to set it up.
Yes, yes, sure.
Can I?
Yes, yes. It was working yesterday. It works on my machine. What? Yes. Yeah. I don't know. Looks like they cannot show my own.
I like, does she have a picture with the?
Yes, 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 yes. They'll take photo of you to present her this.
Okay, where is the camera?
They'll show up.
Okay,
They'll
okay,
share.
okay, okay.
No worries.
Okay, I'll call them later after
No,
the camera.
after the Q&A ended,
Okay,
after the session ended, Q&A ended, you may present her these slides.
okay.
It has surprises, edge cases you didn't cover. WordPress core wasn't really using pragmatch that much. It was using pragsplit. What pragsplit does is take the string and use the pattern that you set it, and then saves those strings into an array and then loops through array. So it was slower than pragmatch. And when we replaced pragsplit in code with tag processor, it actually made WordPress core faster. How about that? So, what else can you do with HTML tag processor? I have here the GitHub repository with everything, of course, documented. So everything I talked about here, code reference, it's, let me show you. It's in my account, WordPress Gems for Devs. And here we have examples. So what you can do is you can add and remove classes. So this is like the first thing you'll learn to do with jQuery, right? And you'll load the whole jQuery just for that. And then you can set the aspect ratio for an iframe. You can also test if your images have the size attributes. We all know that's important for Web Core Vitals, right? But don't stop there. You can set all the accessibility attributes that you need. And you can even put tag processor in your tests. I hope you write tests. So you can put the tag processor there and check if you have all the attributes that you have for accessibility, for images, for everything you need. You can test it right there. And also, I would recommend highly to go and read the tests for tag processor. I learned a lot, and that's maybe a weird way to learn stuff, but if you want to learn about new feature, you go and read the tests, you know exactly how to use it, how not to use it, what to expect, what is, how the failure looks like. So I recommend going there, given there are any tests written for that. And here is another example, table of contents generator. So you can go check that. Not all these examples are mine. In fact, many of them are not. But I have them here so you can take a look. And also, if you're interested in a roadmap, there is a GitHub issue. You can find out more details about the HTML tag processor in introductory posts. And here, if you like really love horror stories, here's a HTML standard. So you can, and if you want to get involved, you just find Dennis, you ask him questions, and he will be happy to talk to you about it. So this is all I have for HTML API. Now I want to address another problem. I'm in WordPress since 2009. It was a problem then, and it's a problem now. And that is a JavaScript hot mess on the front end. Do you remember the time when all the plugins were deregistering jQuery from WordPress to register the version that works with their code, and then loading their own custom JavaScripts on every single page because they need it on that one place, right? And we thought that was too much. But then we got Gutenberg. And did we show the world that React.js is yet another JavaScript library that we can be weird with, right? And there was no standard at all. No standard in making blocks, no standard in doing things on the front end. So when you would open someone's, from code from someone else, and you take a look at that block, I'm sorry about this. And you take a look at that block, and there are files that you have no idea what are doing there, and the code was, well, is it JavaScript? Is it React? Is it, what is this? And then on the front end, like, we are used to that PHP pages know about their surroundings. PHP knows what's in the beginning and in the end of the page, but now we have this diva block that doesn't know who are their neighbors, and I don't want to talk to anyone. This is just me doing my stuff. So when you want to make some things, you know, talk to each other, it's not possible. And over the years, we got creating blocks matured, and we have standard, and it's create block. So now when you open the folder, when you run this, you open the folder, you know which files you're going to see. And you know when you see those files, is this static block, is this dynamic block? This is now much more standardized and more relaxing for developers. And recently in WordPress 6.5, we got a new standard to address that front-end hot mess. And it's called Interactivity API. And this API brought us a new template for creating block. So it is using the standard for creating block, but it's a template that will create by default block that supports Interactivity API, and it is dynamic. You don't need to have dynamic block to use Interactivity API. It's just more, it's you are using in full Interactivity API if you use the dynamic block. So I have just enough time. So if you don't know anything about Interactivity API, how many of you don't know anything about Interactivity API? Okay, I have enough time to confuse you. And if you know something about Interactivity API, things that I plan to do, I have enough time to show you what you already know. So I'm not going to do either of that. Instead, I'm going to tell you what is that I think that is the most important to know and to understand about Interactivity API. So I'm not going to run this script because it's very slow and we don't have that time, and probably not even the internet for that. So I already ran the script, and no screen. Okay. Somebody doesn't want to know about Interactivity API. Okay. So when you create, as I said, it's just using create block script. So this is what you get. You have node modules, which we hate. Then you have build. That's where everything, when it's built, goes. You have the main PHP file. We don't care about that right now. Package and the source. So first, let's take a look at block JSON. First thing, I want to make sure you know that namespace is important in Interactivity API. So this is namespace. This is the name of the block. Then we have here these 3 lines, support interactivity true. So if you already have a block that you build and you just want to add some interactivity to it, this is what you can do. You can add in block JSON supports interactivity true, and then you can use Interactivity API. You don't have to rebuild everything. And another important file here is Vue.js. Vue.js is a file that's responsible for JavaScript on the front end. So Interactivity API at this moment supports only the front end. They are thinking to include it in the editor, but right now just in Vue.js. And render PHP file tells you that this is a dynamic block, and you will also be using it to add directives. So let's take a look at those files to see what's in there. First thing you see is, second thing you see is WP interactivity state. And then we have this block with a lot of these data WP and something else next to it. So the state is the first important thing to know about Interactivity API. When you load the page, you have this state, you have the data. So it can be state that is available to all the blocks, and it can be the state that is available only to this div. There is an important difference, and I will explain it a little bit later. And then you have a state when some things have changed. So you have initial state and you have derived state. Those are two types. Initial state, as I said, can be available to all blocks, and that's what you have here, WP interactivity state. And you see, this is my... Am I doing something wrong besides talking about interactivity API? Okay. Okay, I get it. So you see here, this function, first parameter is my namespace. So what you have, you register your initial state to your namespace. And now this, all these values are available to every other block. Now here's a good thing. If you are making more than one block, that is your custom, and you set the same namespace for each of them, these values are available automatically. You don't have to call anything. You can write the code for this block into Vue.js of the other block, and it's blowing mine, right? Yeah, I see some nodding. I was breaking my brain for 3 days, like, oh my God, I can write this here and here and here. How is this possible? So when you have the same namespace, the initial global state is available everywhere automatically. Now, this function here that is really easy to memorize, it's WP interactivity data WP context. See how easy it is? That is the local state. And this state, what it means local, I thought it was the namespace, but it's not. The local means this div and everything inside of this div. And why is this important? Why would you want that? Well, in this example, it is about toggle. So when you have a button inside this div, so when you click it, the paragraph shows. And when you click it again, the paragraph closes. And imagine you have many of these. So you want, when you click this button, to apply only to that paragraph. You don't want it to be applied to all the paragraphs with the same namespace. So that is the local, that is the context. Another thing here to notice, again, namespace is important. So data WP interactive, here you are defining which namespace is applying to this div. And after that, but before we move on, what I want you to take a look, we looked at this function, WP interactivity data WP context, and WP interactivity state. The important thing here to notice, this is PHP function. What it means is, right now we have hard-coded values, but it's PHP. It can have dynamic values from theme settings, from plugin settings, from database, anywhere. So you can set, you don't need to know what is the initial state when you write the code. It can just be anything, and you can take it from database. And that is the magic of Interactivity API. So you are connecting the front end, the JavaScript, the makeup, the fancy stuff with database. That's something we couldn't do before Interactivity API. So what else do we have? You see a lot of these data WP watch and data WP class. So there are a lot of them, and there is a list. You don't make them up. There is a predefined list that you can use, and there is a specific reason why you use, for example, watch. The watch means, you see here callbacks, and it will watch. So this div, when something changes inside of that div, we have two buttons inside and paragraph. So if something changes, this watch will actually trigger the callback. And here we have data WP on click, and this will trigger the action. Now, if this looks familiar on click, that's because it's meant to look familiar. It's every event that you have in JavaScript, so on select, on blur, on focus, you can use all of that, and those will trigger actions. Now, what is this action? What is this callback? Well, that's something that we defined in Vue.js. If I could just find it. Okay. Vue.js have this state and the store. So everything is stored in store, easy to remember, and this store belongs to namespace, important stuff. So here are callbacks, we have only one. And here are actions, we have two, so you can stack as many as you want. You can even put them in a different block if it's in the same namespace. Have I mentioned that? It's amazing. And here is derived state. So initial state you set in render PHP, but here you can work with derived state. Let's go back to render. So here is the button. Let me just see. Oh, I have only 5 minutes. Okay. Let me not confuse you anymore. Is this so far clear? So, okay, let's stop here. I'm not gonna do this explanations anymore, and let's see. So, what is that is important? Namespace is important. If you have more than one block that you are custom coding, put it in the same namespace, and you have everything available right away. 3 states. 2 of them are initial, so one that is global and available everywhere. If you have some state that you want to get from another namespace, you just call it get store from this other namespace. It's easy as that. You call it in Vue.js. Then what you have is derived state, and you have local initial but local state that is available only in this node and its children. And there are directives. So everything that you see, data, WP, and everything else, it's a directive. And does that seem familiar? Like those are attributes in HTML tag. So what is powering all of that is HTML API, the tag processor. This Interactivity API wouldn't look like this if we didn't have HTML API. So those are important things. You can connect backend and frontend, and we are not the first ones who actually thought that was needed. I'm just going to skip through the slides here. So directives are important. You can use PHP functions that will be renamed for sure, and then you have store in Vue.js, and you have examples. But what I want you to be aware of, this is not something we... Okay, I'm fine. This is not something we came up with. So this first happened in Phoenix. And then Symfony saw it and say, ooh, me likey, I want this as well. So they used for their live components. And then Laravel saw it and said, well, if Symfony has it, we have to have it. So they used different tools to do the same thing. And then we saw from Laravel, and we were like, we don't need this kind of negativity in our life, right? So we created this, and every framework used a different tool and we used HTML tag processor because we can and they cannot. And we every framework actually saw this need to connect the front end and the back end, the interactivity on the front end with database. And have you saw the famous movie demo? No? I'm going to show it to you. So this is not something I built, unfortunately, but it's the example that actually was demoing the Interactivity API made by people who wrote Interactivity API. So take a look at this heart there with 0. And now you see we have hearts here on every card. So maybe I love The Godfather. I do love it. And it updated right away with... So this is one block in header. And this is completely different block that is in the content. And maybe I love this movie as well. But then I remember this movie is 3 hours long. I'm not going to watch it. So I'm going to remove it. I love it, yeah. But you see, it's updating right away. So I open new page, and this one heart is still there. And maybe I want to play trailer. And while the trailer plays, I want to see some more info about Al Pacino. And you didn't even... The video didn't even stop. And maybe I want to go back and, look for other movies. It didn't even hiccup. This is a little Netflix made on WordPress, only WordPress. Made with, thank you, Godfather, made only with Interactivity API. And there is a repo that you can, here it is. In this README file, there is a GitHub repository where you can go and take a look at code. You can steal it. It's open source. It's not stealing. So, just so you know. So you can take a look. There are other examples, and there is even GitHub issue that is called Interactivity API Showcase. There are many crazy examples. A lot of them are not production ready, but you will find ideas what you can do with it. It's an amazing tool. And my time is completely up. So I hope you learned something new today. And I hope you will pay attention for the next WordPress release, because it might have a gem for you. And my name is Milana Tsap. I'm WordPress engineer at XWP and TopTile, and the loudest member of the documentation team. Also one of the plugin review team members. So I know what to do with the plugin. And I'm also a classical musician. Whatever you want to talk about, you will find me there and here in these 2 days. Also, if you have any feedback for the talk, please scan. You don't see it. It's okay. Never mind. There is a QR code here. If you see it, I don't know. If you have any feedback, especially if I said something wrong, something you didn't like, please tell me. It will help me to avoid you. No, it will help me to improve my talks. And I had so much fun, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Milana Chap, for the insightful session. And I was promised we'll be having a 5-minute Q&A session. So any one of you guys who have a question to Milana, just raise your hand, please. Okay.
All clear?
Ooh.
Yeah, we
Oh,
have a
at the
question
back.
there. Brave,
Okay.
brave soul.
Yeah, can you state your name and state your question?
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hello, I'm Abe from Digital Renegades. So I was wondering if you have any projects that you did before that uses Interactivity API. If there is, how was the performance? If the site or the project is having a lot of traffic,
I didn't, unfortunately, have a project to use. So whenever I don't have a project for something I want to learn, I write a talk about it. So I didn't use it in production, and I'm not sure if it's even ready for production yet. However, it is performant. So it is built with Preact and Preact signals. And the Preact was used instead of React because Preact with signals is specifically performant and it's HTML friendly. So that's what was important for WordPress to be able to use, to work with HTML tag processor. So that's one of the reasons. But the performance was also very important. You saw this demo. It wasn't in my local. It's on internet. I did it here on conference, and it wasn't hacking. It was running the video. So it is very performant. How it is with high traffic, I have no idea. But I dare you to test it and let me know.
Okay, I'll take note of that. I'll be using it. Thank you so much for answering.
Thank you.
Okay, so any other questions, everyone? Okay, that will be our last for now. Okay, yes.
Yep.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
My name is Anand. So, thank you for the wonderful session. I had just one question. For example, what would be the SEO impact of using this feature? For example, if I'm building a website using the Interactivity API, so is it like more JavaScript oriented
Yes.
function? So Google will have some problems, scrolling this page. If I
No,
have a
no. Google will have no problems at all. Google have been dealing with JavaScript for a long time. So there will be no problem at all. And the things that you actually want to use Interactivity API for is not to fix SEO. So if you have SEO problem, you have it without Interactivity API as well. Interactivity API is used to make interactions, to make your blocks know about each other and communicate. So SEO problems don't come with that and are not solved with that.
Okay.
So it's completely different story. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So if you guys have any other questions,
Yeah, we have here.
okay, we have here. Okay, one last.
One last from Europe.
Yeah. First of all, thank you again, Milana, for your wonderful presentation. It's not really a question. I just want to point out that when people ask if this is ready for production, so you already have blocks in core that are using the Interactivity API, for instance. You know that new thing, that new light box that you have built in WordPress to expand the image? That's in Interactivity API. Also the query loop, if you choose the option to paginate without a page load, that's also the Interactivity API. So yes, it is ready for production.
Okay.
Although you have to flag the use experimental whatever thing.
Yeah, so it's ready for production. It's ready for your testing in production.
Okay, I think that's it. If you guys have any other questions, we'll be having a break. So you can just approach Milana Chap for your questions and inquiries. But, well, again, thank you so much for your incredible session. And with that, we'll be giving you this token of appreciation from WordCamp Asia 2025.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can we have a picture?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Okay, go. 1, 2, 3. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms.
Thank
Milana.
you.
And as I've said, we'll be having a short break after this one, but there will be a few other sessions after this. So by 3:30, so we'll be having at Meeting Room 1, Diversity in Tech, and then Meeting Room 12, Boosting Performance with Optimization Detective, and then Meeting Room 14, Small Steps to an Accessible Website. So, then again, thank you so much for joining us today with Miss Milana Chap. So, hope you guys have fun. Thank you, guys.
Let's see, how many do I need? Test 1, 2, 3. I guess it's good. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I hope you guys are having a good WordCamp so far. Yeah? All right. So we're nearing the end of day one of the conference day, and we've had very good speakers line up and share their experiences with us. Now, how many of you actually are attending the WordCamp for the first time over here? All right. So first WordCamp, are you guys enjoying it? Are you liking it? Is it what you expect it to be? Yeah? All right, nice, nice. It's good to hear that. So, all right. Now we have another great speaker lined up. He is Western Router from from USA. And yeah, he is a sponsored contributor from Google. And he has been in the core performance team. And sorry, I have a bad. I'm not feeling that well. So, yeah, he's the lead architect of the project called Optimization Detective, and he would be sharing his thoughts on that, why Performance Detective came into being, what is it made for, and he basically started WordPress 20 years back when when he was making sites for himself and for his clients, and that's when he saw that there were features that were not up to the mark. So there were features that were missing that he needed, and that's how he started contributing to the customizer, and that's how he got into the core team. Core contributor team, and then he basically focuses on core performance, and he would be talking about the project Optimization Detective. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are ready for Western Router. Let's give him a good hand, and please welcome Western Router.
Feel better. Well, so this was already shared, so I don't need to say anything here. But yeah, I've been a WordPress core committer for the past 10 years, and I was the co-release lead for WordPress 4.9. And back then, I was heavily involved with the customizer. But for the past couple of years, I've been working full-time on the WordPress core performance team. And my previous WordCamp talk was back in WordCamp US 2017, and that talk was about the customizer. And because, as you know, the customizer is so popular today, you can expect great things from what I'm going to talk about today as well. But this talk is not about customizer, it's about performance. And this talk can be seen not as a continuation of my previous talk so long ago, but of my teammate Felix's talk at WordCamp US 2022. And if you're watching a recording of this, you can watch his talk first, but later you can watch his talk there. And his talk was about how the core performance team was formed and how the improving performance for WordPress improves the performance of the web overall. And at the end of his talk, he had a vision for the future and asked the audience to dream big about the possibilities for performance in WordPress. And in this talk, I will show you that his dream is realized and that the future is now, or almost. But let me first back up a bit to give some context. WordPress has come a long way in performance, but it has somewhat reached a plateau due to limitations with how it applies performance optimizations. For example, several years ago, WordPress added image lazy loading, which improves performance by reducing the number of bytes that are downloaded over the network. It's wasteful to download all the images, even though maybe only the image in the viewport is actually displayed. And it's important that everything in the initial viewport gets loaded as quickly as possible, so images that are outside the viewport compete for those resources, and it can slow down the loading of the largest contentful paint element. But it was discovered that adding lazy loading for all images hurts this largest contentful paint metric, because the browser has to wait for the page to be laid out in order to in order to start downloading the image. And if that image that is the largest contentful paint image in the initial viewport, then it's going to hurt that most important metric in Core Web Vitals. So to help address this performance problem, WordPress now doesn't lazy load the first 3 images that are in the content, and it doesn't load anything in the header. But again, the problem is that WordPress doesn't actually know whether any of those 3 images are in the initial viewport at all. The server-side PHP heuristics have no idea how the page is actually laid out, and so WordPress has to make educated guesses about how many images are going to be in the viewport, in the initial viewport. So here's an example of that. WordPress, as I said, will will skip lazy loading the first 3 content images, but here in this example, there are paragraphs of text before the image in the page, and so WordPress is not lazy loading this initial image, even though it's way outside the initial viewport. And it's outside the initial viewport both on mobile and desktop and also tablet. And WordPress doesn't know the height of that paragraph to know that this image is going to be outside the viewport. And in this example here, the problem is the opposite, where there are more than 3 images in the initial viewport and more than 3 images in the content. And so WordPress is incorrectly adding lazy loading to the 4th image, even though it is in the viewport, and even worse here, it is the largest contentful paint element. So this image of that bison right there, one of my favorite images, is the most important image, and it is failing to be prioritized properly by WordPress. So, speaking of largest contentful paint, a couple years ago, WordPress core started adding fetch priority high to the image that it determines as being the best candidate for being the largest contentful paint LCP element on the page. And in many cases, the heuristics that WordPress uses are correct, but unfortunately, the problem is, again, that WordPress is not aware of how the page is actually laid out. And so it's easy to find scenarios where the LCP image is not properly identified. In this example, you can see that, again, the image is outside the viewport, and WordPress will add fetch priority high to the first sufficiently large image in the content. But again, as we saw before in this similar example, the image is way outside the initial viewport, and so WordPress is adding fetch priority high to that image, even though it's not the LCP element. In fact, the LCP element is this header image, which is the CSS background image, which WordPress would be unable to add fetch priority high attribute to, because this is a CSS property and not an element at all. So having this image being prioritized outside the viewport, it's adding network contention for loading the image that's in the header, and it's hurting the LCP metric and hurting your Core Web Vitals. So yeah, as I said, WordPress core adds fetch priority high to the first sufficiently large image in the content, but this isn't correct because there could be an even larger image later. And even if it did add fetch priority high to the largest image in the viewport, that image can vary based on the viewport dimensions. So here you can see on mobile, the LCP element is the second image because it's just a little bit taller than the first. And on desktop, as we saw before in the same layout, it's the fourth image that is the LCP element. And yet WordPress is incorrectly adding fetch priority high to the first image in the content, whereas the actual LCP element that needs fetch priority high varies based on the viewport dimensions. So let's go back to Felix's dream. In his talk, he described how WordPress uses these server-side heuristics to apply optimizations like lazy loading and fetch priority high. But yeah, he recognized, as I just showed, that there are limitations in this approach because WordPress on the server has no idea of how the page is actually laid out. It has to make these educated guesses. So in order to address these issues, he asked the audience to dream about a future for performance in WordPress, to imagine a future where WordPress did know how the page is actually laid out, and what impact that would have on the optimizations that could be applied and how accurate they could be. And that involves imagining how WordPress could implement optimizations based on how users interacted with the site, not how the server guesses about how the users are going to interact with the site. So that brings us to Optimization Detective, which is intended to be this realization of Felix's dream. It is a feature plugin developed by the WordPress core performance team. And it provides us a framework for leveraging real user metrics to detect optimizations for improving page performance. And it solves this problem that I've been talking about, where WordPress doesn't know how the page is laid out, and so it addresses this issue by adding front-end measurement to collect these important metrics to be able to know how to apply optimizations. So here is how it works at a high level. First, a visitor, say on a phone, comes to visit a page. Each image on the page is measured, whether it's in the viewport, whether it's the LCP element, and so on. These measurements are collected and then sent to the REST API to be stored in the WordPress site. And then for subsequent mobile visits, these are optimized using those measurements that have been previously submitted. For example, the LCP image gets fetch priority high added to it, and only images that are not in the viewport get lazy loaded. And then the same process happens for visitors who are coming to the site using other device form factors like desktop and tablet. So that's at a high level how it works. And then let me dig in a little bit deeper here. So there's essentially two different phases in how it works. And it's remarkably close to the diagram that Felix envisioned in his talk. Those two phases are detection and optimization. Detection involves collecting the metrics about the viewport and the elements on the page and submitting those to the REST API, as I said. And then optimization phase involves optimizing the response based on this data. So the detection phase starts with something that I call tag visitors, which I'll talk about more. But tag visitors opt in specific tags that should be measured. And then a script is added to the front end, which takes those measurements. Those measurements are collected together, and they compose this URL metric object. And then that data is sent to the WordPress REST API, as I said before. And then that data is stored in this URL metrics custom post type. And that's the detection phase. And then concurrently with that phase, based on whether or not there have been URL metrics collected before, the optimization phase happens. And here, when you access a URL, it loads the collected URL metrics which have been previously submitted. And then based on those URL metrics, it invokes these same tag visitors to not only opt in those tags for measurement, but also to apply optimizations based on that previously collected data. So just two steps here. That seems kind of simple, and it's not an example of this meme where you just draw two circles as the first step and then draw the rest of the owl as the second step. I assure you it's not just hand wavy like that. So I'll dig into it further how you actually implement one of these tag visitors. But this is at a high level the two phases of what Optimization Detective, detection, optimization, it's in the name, how it works. So let's talk about collecting these URL metrics. It's WordPress isn't designed to be constantly receiving data written to the database from visitors to the site. So only a sample of these URL metrics are taken from visitors based on whether or not information has previously been collected for a specific URL for a given viewport size. So let's say URL metrics are grouped by viewport size. So let's say you have a mobile group, a tablet group, and a desktop group. There's going to be 3 URL metrics collected for each viewport group, and only metrics that are needed are collected. So if there's already been URL metrics collected for mobile, then there's not going to be any more metrics collected. This detection script is only added when URL metrics are needed. So if there have been 3 collected for mobile, 3 for desktop, 3 for tablet, then that script isn't even added to the page in the first place. And to prevent abuse and improve scalability, users cannot submit more than 1 URL metric per minute. And then when a URL metric goes stale, this detection process begins again. And a URL metric can go stale based on, it has a time, TTL, expiration date of a week. And then also if the page itself has changed, then that's also a signal that a URL metric is stale and that the detection needs to start again. A URL metric object looks like this, where this timestamp and etag properties, these are used to detect how whether the URL metric is stale. And then the most important properties for optimization are this viewport property and the elements property. A viewport contains the width, which is used to segment whether this URL metric is for mobile, tablet, or desktop. And then the elements property is an array of objects that include things like this XPath property, which allows for a given element to be uniquely identified across multiple URL metrics. For example, if you have an image in mobile and that's been captured for mobile, and another URL metric captured for tablet, and another for desktop, if the same element in all 3 URL metrics is the LCP element and the XPath is the same for each, then we know that that is the LCP element that needs to get fetch priority high. The isLCP property is populated by information we get from Web Vitals.js for whether or not it's the LCP element. And then we have information, metrics about these measurements about the element on the page provided by intersection observer, including how visible the element is in the viewport, which is intersection ratio, and then the bounding client rect says how wide and how high the given image is and where it is on the page. And then the properties here can be extended by extensions, either at the root level or at the element level. So again, an optimization detective is a framework that other plugins extend. It doesn't do optimizations on its own. It's intended to be a foundation that other plugins build on top of. As I mentioned before, these tag visitors are the critical thing that any extension needs to define in order for any optimization to occur. So an extension's main job is to register a tag visitor. And how that works is that the output of the page is buffered. And so that allows for the optimizations to be applied, whether it's a classic theme or a block theme, or even a theme using a completely custom templating system like Timber. And that output buffer of the page is then fed into the HTML tag processor, which was introduced just a couple releases ago in WordPress core. And it's a very highly optimized, efficient way to process HTML in a way that avoids parsing problems and common mistakes that can happen when attempting to parse HTML with regular expressions, for example, which you should never do. And a tag visitor is just a callback, a function, a closure, anything that you would pass into an add action or add filter call in WordPress. That's just a callback, similar that you pass in as a tag visitor. It's the same kind of thing. And a tag visitor is passed an object, which is the context for the tag that's currently being optimized. It includes the instance of the HTML tag processor, and this is what you use to, you get the tag from that object to see what tag you're currently at. And then it includes a collection of these URL metrics, which can be queried to perform optimizations. And then it also has a property which is an object that is this interface for adding links, like a preload link or pre-connect link, and so on. And then this tag visitor callback, it, as I said before, it opts in tags for measurement during detection, and then it also optimizes them based on these measurements. So it does two things: opt in for measurement, and then optimize based on those measurements. Here is an example of a tag visitor being registered. First of all, we hook into this register tag visitor's action, and that action handler is provided this registry object. This actually looks a lot like the customizer API. But yeah, so you pass the registry object into that handler, then the handler will then call this register method on the registry, and you pass a, actually I have these highlighted here. Then you pass an arbitrary name for that tag visitor, and then this callback that I was talking about, and that callback, as I said, is past this context object. And the first thing that every tag visitor callback has to do is check to see whether the current tag is relevant to that tag visitor. And in this tag visitor example, we are optimizing we're adding fetch priority high to the LCP element, so LCP image element. So if this current tag that's being iterated over isn't an image, we just short circuit and don't do anything. But if it is an image, then we call this track tag method on the context object, and that is what opts in this tag for measurement in a URL metric. After that, we then look at the collection of URL metrics that have been collected to see, using this helper method, this get comment LCP element method, to obtain what element is consistently the LCP element across mobile, tablet, and desktop. And if that exists, and the current element that we're iterating over, the current tag we're iterating over, has the same XPath as that LCP element, that common LCP element, then we set priority, but then we set fetch priority high attribute on that tag. And this is a simplified example of what has been implemented in the fetch priority, the image prioritizer plugin, which is an extension of Optimization Detective. So now getting into examples of what optimizations have been implemented on top of Optimization Detective. As I mentioned, Image Prioritizer was the first extension built on top of Optimization Detective. And as I mentioned before as well, different viewport sizes will have different LCP elements based on how big the viewport is. So here on the WordPress.org homepage, you can see it's this Meet WordPress heading on small mobile devices. On larger mobile devices, it's this block style image, whatever it is. And then on a wider screen, it's this brush image, which is the LCP element. So these different images need to be prioritized based on the size of the viewport. So what Image Prioritizer does is, since it can't add fetch priority high to an image tag, since it is not consistently the same LCP element across every viewport, what it does instead is it adds these fetch priority high preload links. And a preload link is able to have these media attributes which are can target that link specifically for a given viewport size. So it's a responsive image prioritization. Also, with this previous example I showed, where WordPress is incorrectly adding fetch priority high to the first image in the content, and it is also adding loading lazy, making the fourth image lazy loaded, even though it's in the viewport. Image prioritizer will do the following. It removes fetch priority high from the image tag, from what WordPress adds to it, what WordPress adds, because again, it's not consistent across every viewport. And then it adds a fetch priority high preload link for viewport specific LCP elements to be prioritized. And it removes loading equals lazy from that fourth image because it's inside of the initial desktop viewport, and it will look at all the different viewport groups, and if an image doesn't appear in the initial viewport for any of the viewport groups, then it's eligible to be lazy loaded. Otherwise, if an image appears in only one viewport, then it's not a candidate for being lazy loaded. And then lastly, because these URL metrics have measurements for how big an image is inside each viewport, then it can actually compute the responsive sizes attribute for the image. And in the example I showed with the 3 columns on desktop, WordPress core doesn't know, again, how wide that image is going to be on the page. And so it provides a sizes attribute that results in a much larger image being downloaded over the network when actually it's very small in width on desktop. And so the image prioritizer plugin constructs the sizes attribute, populating it with the actual dimensions of the image across every viewport group. The next thing that image prioritizer does is it will optimize background images. And after an image tag, the most common LCP element type is a div, which oftentimes has this CSS background image. And these occur in WordPress in things like custom headers, like in the 2013 theme, or in the group block, you can set a background image, or in a cover block with a fixed background, it has a background image. And then containers and page builders like Elementor will often have background images as well, which is important for responsive design when you have different images showing up for the same element for mobile, tablet, and desktop. So what image prioritizer does is it will add a preload link for that CSS background image and add a media attribute with this media query that will then target it specifically for the viewport on which it is the LCP element. So this header image on the 2013 theme is only the LCP element on desktop. And so on desktop here, you can see with this media query, it will only be prioritized for desktop devices. Something else that image prioritizer optimizes is with slideshows or carousels. For example, this slideshow block from Jetpack. Assuming this block here is the LCP element for the page, only this initial image that's shown should get fetch priority high added to it. And every subsequent image in the slideshow shouldn't get lazy loaded, but actually get fetch priority low, so that there's no, because you're not scrolling the image into the viewport, so lazy loading isn't accurate to use here. It needs to be prioritized with a low priority instead. And so without image prioritizer, what happens is that if you look at the network panel in Chrome DevTools, you can see that when I tested this, all the images have this initial priority of medium in this slideshow, even though only the first one, which is highlighted, is the LCP element. And then when you enable these big request rows in Chrome DevTools, you can see what the initial priority was when the page was loaded, and then the effective priority, which is what Chrome or any browser will use. It'll use heuristics to say it'll bump up the priority of something if it detects that it's really important. So in this case, for some reason, the third image, Chrome increased the priority to high, even though it wasn't even shown on the page. Maybe it was a little bit taller than the other images, I'm not sure. So that's obviously not correct, and that is not serving the images in the right, with the right priority. So image prioritizer will add fetch priority high to the image on the first carousel slide if it's the LCP element, and then with the client bounding rect, client bounding rect or bounding client rect, I always forget which way it is, but it knows the position of the element on the page and whether it's actually visible or whether it's occluded inside of its container. And so for those images, it adds fetch priority low, and you can see the result here, where this first image now gets the initial priority of high and an effective priority of high. So those matching mean that the right decision was made at the beginning, and the browser didn't have to fix the priority later on as the page was loading. And then for the subsequent carousel slides, slides, the initial priority is low and the effective priority is low. So those don't compete with the loading of this most important image in the first slide. So that's Image Prioritizer. And then another plugin that has been implemented on top of Optimization Detective is this image, or this Embed Optimizer plugin. And the first thing that Embed Optimizer does is it will lazy load embeds. And I'm sure if you've looked at the performance of pages before with embeds on them, you'll notice that often they are extremely heavy in terms of their network download, as well as in the CPU load. There's a lot of scripting that happens in embeds. And so if those embeds are outside the viewport, then they compete with the network and with the scripting of the page for elements that are in the initial viewport which are in the critical path for what is most important to be displayed. And in this profile trace here, you can see that this is a page that has an embed from YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok, and they're outside the viewport, but there's a lot of work happening on the main thread, even though they aren't even displayed on the page. Not only that, but you can see that this page, which is just a stock 2025 theme without anything else other than these 3 embeds, 26 megabytes downloaded over the network, which is so wasteful because those embeds aren't even displayed. So with lazy loading, though, you can see how much less is happening on the main thread. It's very quiet, very peaceful. And if you look at the network log, what's transferred over the network, 26 megabytes is reduced now to just 152 kilobytes, just a fraction of a megabyte. So notice how much less time is spent with loading, with scripting, with rendering and painting. So much less time is spent working on loading something that isn't even shown. And the network is reduced by 99%. And 143 requests are reduced down to 23. So lazy loading can have a big impact on the perceived loading of a page, and you're only going to be loading those embeds when the user actually scrolls them into view. And again, because via Optimization Detective, Embed Optimizer knows whether or not an embed is in the viewport, so that's how it can lazy load them. And also, Embed Optimizer will also prioritize loading of embeds that are in the initial viewport by adding pre-connect links for resources that are commonly used in embeds, like for a YouTube video, it'll pre-connect to the domain for the thumbnail image that's used in the poster of the YouTube video. Embed Optimizer also is helpful for reducing layout shift for embeds. If you have ever added a tweet to a post or a Blue Sky embed or even a WordPress post embed, you'll notice that the page, the embed is not loaded initially, and then when the JavaScript executes, it causes this big layout shift. And here, with this tweet embed, it's causing a cumulative layout shift of 0.15, which is a needs improvement classification. And what Embed Optimizer does is it extends the URL metric to include this resized client rect. I forget the property exactly, but it includes the resized information about a given embed. And when it does that, it adds a style rule to the page, which sets a min height on that container. And so here you can see that no layout shift happens at all because the space has been reserved for it. And if you are on a slow connection and you're reading that paragraph, you're not going to see it all of a sudden fall out and lose your place in the page. And it ensures that your core vitals aren't negatively impacted by embeds on the page. And this, again, is viewport specific. So a tweet embed is going to have a different width than, or a different height on mobile versus desktop, and so it has these style rules that are viewport specific. So those are some highlights for what has been implemented on top of Optimization Detective. And here is a QR code that goes to some very detailed documentation that is based on an outline of this talk. You can find a comprehensive list of the use cases of what has been built on top of Optimization Detective. There's a list of extensions you can install, including Image Prioritizer and Embed Optimizer, including some more experimental ones like applying content visibility, which can improve rendering time for large pages. And you can also find a reference for the actions and filters to customize how Optimization Detective behaves. For example, by default, the breakpoints for the viewport groups are mobile, phablet, tablet, and desktop, but you can customize, remove a breakpoint that isn't relevant to your site, or you can add other breakpoints based on your style sheets. But those specific breakpoints were chosen based on the styles that are used in blocks in WordPress core. And then, you can install Optimization Detective itself and extensions like Image Prioritizer and Embed Optimizer via the Performance Lab plugin. It's our way of getting the word out about new plugins that we are developing on the WordPress core performance team. And I hope you do install it and you try it out, and based on your experience and success with how it optimizes your sites, we could potentially even merge this into WordPress core. So that would be a huge win to improve performance of the web overall, since WordPress is such a huge part of the web. And with this QR code, you can find all the links that I've shared in this on these slides. You can find these slides as well. And you can also provide feedback for me via a Google form, and that's all on that QR code. So that will have everything that you've seen in my talk. And that's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Weston. And we'll be taking questions. So if you have any questions, please.
Thank you. Check. Thank you, Weston. That's a very interesting talk. So I have a few questions, if I'm allowed.
Sure.
Okay. First, how is the tech detective works with the geo-targeted content or any site that use A/B testing? How does it register? Because I'm interested how to solve this issue with this. And because I'm dealing with right now with the large publishing websites with content that has more than 500,000 posts, how does it tech detective send the data for this whole large? Does it scale with the database amount? And
Well, let me first address the first question so I don't forget.
Okay.
So for geo-targeted content, the way that the URL metrics post is identified is it uses the slug, the post name of the URL metrics post type is a MD5 hash of the query vars of the WordPress WP object. So in order for a page that's served to North America versus the Philippines or whatever, if you want to have different URL metrics served for each, then you need to make sure that you have your query vars populated according to where it's targeted. So that's how you would vary URL metrics based on geo-targeting.
Yeah, and the next question was about large publishing platform.
How does it scale with the amount of database it requires when we have a large publishing sites with a lot of post content?
There are, it's one URL metrics post per URL, or so you have an article with a URL, that's going to have one URL metrics post assigned to it. And then, as I mentioned, you're going to have up to 3 URL metrics per viewport group. So if you have 4 viewport groups, then you're going to have 12 URL metrics stored in that one post. So you could see the number of posts in your site. One post per, one URL
So
metrics
it's
post
be
per.
At least double the amount of posts.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Yeah, please.
I have a question regarding lazy loading YouTube video. So how about embedded YouTube video that is located in hero section? Should we lazy load it?
No. If anything that's in the initial viewport should never get lazy loaded. And that is embed optimizer will not lazy load an embed if it's in the initial viewport. So it stores in the URL metrics, it stores the position on the page. So it will only lazy load an embed if it's not in the initial viewport for mobile, tablet, or desktop. And then for YouTube, for example, it'll also improve performance of loading that embed by adding a pre-connect link for the domain that's used to load the poster image for that image. So you can actually it can improve the performance of an embed from YouTube, for example, if it's in the initial viewport.
Have you tried like YouTube package? Like YouTube?
Yeah, facade. Yeah, the problem with facades is on mobile, there's a 2-click that has to happen, a double click, because on mobile, to improve the user experience, videos don't autoplay. And so facades are great in theory, and they work great on desktop, but on mobile, if you are a user and you click the facade and then you get the player loaded and then you have to click it again. So that's really frustrating.
Yeah, the experience is not that
yeah.
good. Anyway, thank you so much for your speech.
Thank you, Larry. Do we have any other questions? We have time for a few more questions. Yes, please.
Hi. Question is this kind of solutions compatible with the caching plugins?
Yes. So specific care has been added to ensure that if you have a cached page in a caching plugin, that when a URL metric is collected for that cached page, that it will fire the relevant actions as if that post had been edited, so that the page caching plugin will invalidate the cache for that URL so that the optimizations will then apply. So it is designed to be compatible with caching plugins, so that you get, because if that cache invalidation didn't happen, then you could be collecting a lot of URL metrics over and over and over again, but that cache page could be not changed in a week. So that's why that cache invalidation logic is in the plugin. Yeah.
All right. Any more questions? In fact, I have a question for you.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's say you said for 3 different viewports, you'd be storing all those data, right? So are we also storing it as transient, maybe for faster loading, or is that something?
It's stored as a custom post type, and then if the post is not touched in a month, then it gets deleted. So it's garbage collected. Okay. If you, for example, you publish a post and then you delete it later, you're not going to have these URL metrics staying around forever in the database.
Okay. So, but it's not a public-facing custom post type, right?
No. It's all private. There's no user interface at all in Optimization Detective. It's all behind the scenes. And however, you'll find in the documentation that there is a plugin called Optimization Admin UI, which if you install, will expose a URL metrics admin page where you can then go in and you can actually see what's inside of a URL metric. You can see whether all the viewport groups have been populated, and you can look at what's the LCP element and all these different things. So that plugin is really helpful for debugging and identifying how optimizations are applied.
Plugin have been tested on like WooCommerce or on the e-commerce settings, so they can be slightly different. There's less cache there. Yeah, and the product page could be slightly different. It's not really a page. Then there could be slightly difference there. I just want to post a question here. So
I don't know specifically if it's been tested with WooCommerce, but that's something that I'd love your feedback on.
Okay. Okay.
But it should work with WooCommerce.
Okay. Yeah.
I see no reason why it wouldn't.
I just want to see whether it has been
Yeah.
taken into consideration in the design, because there will be less cache. There will be cart. There will be some elements which non-cacheable.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. So, any more questions? All right. Thank you, everyone. It is nice that we had some questions, and yeah, Weston, we would like to thank you. Meet me over there.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, and a big round of applause for Weston again. Sorry. Oh, okay. So, with that, with this, you wanna go there? There? Okay. Present it to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.